we're gonna test this new gunsmith and muscle. Yeah, we're just gonna test this and hang on. Stock. I think I will peak without the stock. Mono reflex. I still need I still need this, so I'm just gonna muscle, no muscle. I think I'm gonna go for the what it is. Streamline provides speed control acquiring targets. Vertical recoil. What's this? Keeps weapon steady while aiming and helps maintain control during heavy fire. DPT shotgun. Single fire under barrel shotgun provides reliable backup for close quarter. This is just a single shot. Fast-paced guerrilla tactic. Okay, let's go for that. Alright. I don't like this vertical charms. I do have charms. Oh, this one. Do I have new one? No. A dragon? I think we're gonna go for another one. No. Tiger? Oh, this one's nice. Skulls? Stripes? Nope. Tupo? Nope. It's not. This one? Nope. No. No. Digital? No. It's not good. I think this one's nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go for this. Oh, spray paint. No. Right, so since we have these melee, no, not gonna go for that. Optic, right? So let's try this setup. We are going for our team deathmatch, and oh yeah, team deathmatch. Quick play. Right, let's see how it goes. We removed the bot from the M4 so that we can go around faster. Though already did it last night. I was not streaming, and yep, we're gonna try it again.
Nani ka shimashita ka?
That's loud.
Team deathmatch. Enemy at the front. Shotgun. That's hot.
Where are they at?
I will follow. Reloading.
Ooh. He can see me, but I can see him. So this is one of my favorite maps to do. Like, ooh,
I see movement.
Ooh.
Stay focused.
I'm beginning to fall in love with this sniper now. I was aiming for the Carnage, but then I realized I've already unlocked this sniper right here.
Don't deal in fair fights. A win is a win.
A win is a win.
Ooh, that was nice. Hmm. What?
It will blow away. Inside blow it.
What are you doing?
It comes to you.
Mhm.
I didn't do like this with my hands. I do the blows.
Mhm. Jin Kasama. Is my alright. Team deathmatch.
Jackals, let's hunt.
We're not going there.
Flash out.
Oh, there was two of them. He already unlocked the AK.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Can still do it. Just a matter of time.
Enemy at the rock shop.
Someone's here. I think I killed that guy. Ooh, what? First game of the day. Oh la la. Too slow.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
The heck with the sniper. that. Oh. Just going for my trusty Car 98. Reacher. Barrel. Bergs. Penetration. Yep.
Enemy at the rock shop.
Dude, this is better than that slow ass sniper. Getting wrecked.
Grenade out.
Oh, what the heck?
Enemy VTOL in the AO.
Enemy!
Enemy at the rock shop.
Nope, 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 nope.
I have to reload! Enemies here!
Ooh la la. That was so many of them.
Too close to friend.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Stay there. Right, I'm coming.
Strike incoming. Enemies halfway there. Step it up. Enemy UAV overhead.
Right, I'm coming. You're not done yet? Alright.
I will follow.
What? Right, I'll be back.
Enemy at the cave entrance. Enemy cluster strike in. Enemy personal radar in the air.
I will follow.
Enemy at the center. Enemy at the tower. Enemy personal radar in the air. Enemies in the air! Enemies in the air!
I will follow.
Enemy personal radar in the air. Enemy at the cave entrance. Down, but not out. Let's go. Enemy at the rock shop. We'll attack them harder next time.
How dare you?
Right, we're back. Right. We can actually go for the sniper rifle. 50 caliber. Yeah. And then oh crap. Okay.
Team deathmatch.
Okay.
Enemy
So
presence AO. You are clear to
we
engage.
just needed to have it unlocked then.
We're in the lead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Taking control. We've lost the lead.
There's one guy here.
Friendly UAV on station.
It was already in my back. What?
Taking control. Enemy care package inbound.
Where? What the heck? Oh man. What's going on my screen? Damn it. Can't even.
Control.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, it's again.
Enemy UAV online. Friendly UAV on station.
Oh! Can't believe we didn't kill that.
Enemy Enemy at the trench.
There's a 50 caliber, bro.
Be advised, friendly gunship in the AO. Enemy at the hotel. Friendly UAV on stick. Enemy UAV online.
Nope, nope. I saw you.
Enemies in the area!
So much shaking. Ready. Someone's here.
Enemy at the center. Be advised, enemy personal. Enemy's halfway there. Step it up.
Parabellum.
On station.
What the
Enemy care
heck?
package inbound. Allied cluster strike inbound. Danger close. Enemy near Main Street.
Where? Where? I literally can't see him.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
Oh. Here we go. So there's one guy. What the heck am I doing?
Viper 1-1 on a... Enemies in the area!
The barbershop.
Please. Oh, la la.
Reloading!
Turn it on.
Target acquired. Weapon...
Remember, I slept down.
Yeah, come on. Turn it on. You can turn it on.
Contact!
Allied
Where?
cluster strike inbound. Danger close.
Ooh. Where?
Friendly on station.
You got it.
Just wait for mommy. Mommy's almost here.
Enemy at the laundromat.
A laundry.
Friendly UAV on station.
Where's the laundromat? Is that the laundromat?
Enemy at the yellow building.
Enemies in the area!
Where exactly? What area?
Be Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Contact!
The laundromat. Keep fighting. We've got this.
Where? The heck?
Reloading.
I'm with you.
Friendly UAV on station. Nice. Couldn't have done it better myself.
That's nice. No, I'm the last one. Seriously? Alright. Let's put on the stock again. And do we have a new one? Nope. Barrel and more money. Alright, that should be it. I'm gonna have to try the sniper again. Oh. So, ooh.
Detonation is good. Re-engaging. Target those vehicles.
Right, so we're gonna let's run and gun.
Enemy threats at EO. Drop clear to engage. Enemy in the woods.
I'm with you.
That's a 50 caliber. Whew. Whew. What the heck did I do?
Stand by.
I'm with you.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Target down. Reloading. I'm with you.
Low EC.
Stand by for danger zone.
Enemy at the showers. We pulled ahead. Enemy at the train tracks.
Enemy at the train track.
There's one guy here.
Enemies!
Taking fire.
Friendly care package inbound. Contact. Towers.
Oh, shotguns.
Their armor.
Where are they?
Enemies here.
What the heck are those shotguns?
Enemies here.
3-1, Viper 1.
Enemy at the train track. Friendly care package inbound.
Oh, he's dead. Someone's here.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Ooh, ooh. Ooh, nope.
Enemy at the back alley.
Yo, what's up, Jam? How are you doing, man? Welcome to the stream for today.
Fighting. Enemy at the barrel.
I'm just playing right around, bro.
Enemy at the minecart.
Yeah, I just started streaming after I collected my kid from school. I wasn't feeling playing Tekken for today because I was a bit tired cleaning the house.
Still firing, still firing.
So my wrist is not in a good condition to play Tekken. Response is too slow. Thanks for asking, anyway. So I'm just gonna play run and gun
Enemies
today.
here.
3 in 5 seconds.
Figured I'd play a few more rounds of COD and maybe I'll play Tekken later. How about you, man? What have you been playing?
I'm with you.
Allied cluster strike inbound. Too close. Enemy UAV online. Enemy at the train track.
Hey, those. Seriously.
UAV on station. Enemy cluster strike. Cover. Enemy at the warehouse. Allied counter UAV online.
Stand by for input.
Yeah, I kind of miss PUBG though. The only thing is, if I do play PUBG again, I won't be able to stream. Right?
Be advised.
It's like
enemy
PUBG
personal radar
eats-
active.
Contact!
Yeah?
Contact!
Alright. Check it if it's a...
Enemy at the mine cart.
Alright. I really do want to play PUBG. Is that if I play PUBG on my PC, I wouldn't be able to stream.
Enemies in the
Enemy at
area!
the train tracks. Less than a minute, soldier.
Enemies in the area! Reloading!
And since
Reloading!
I started streaming, and
I'm taking fire!
since I started streaming COD and Tekken,
Time's almost up.
probably gonna continue a little bit since.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
So whenever I play PUBG, I'm not gonna stream it.
Standing job. Ready up.
Oh, what was the first one? Have you bought the season pass for this season already? Oh, muscle break. Last season I bought the season pass, and I think I've already maxed it out. Oh, what shall I? This one? Alright, just gonna try that. Still with no optics.
Full straight. Center 1-1, right zone in the house.
Oh, nice. That was also the reason why I grind the whole season for the last season, because I bought the season pass. But right now, I didn't get the season pass since I got the COD instead. So.
Contact!
Oh, okay. How's the season pass so far?
Taking control!
Is it worth it for the season? To be honest, I'm glad that I have no
Contact!
I have no interest of the
Friendly
skins
UAV overhead.
for the season pass. He died? There's still one guy over there. Did he die? So that doesn't give me the reason to grind.
UAV overhead.
The only reason I grinded in PUBG is that was I bought the season pass. If I don't have a season pass, oh really? Though I haven't checked the skins though. There was one update in PUBG that I didn't really like. When they updated the footsteps when you jump, and then the footsteps sounds like you're on a horse. Didn't really like it. That's when I started not to play it anymore. What the heck is? But I'm probably gonna play PUBG every once in a while. It's just that I'm not gonna be able to stream it. That's the weird thing about these with these games, these COD, because I can still stream it on 4 platforms at the same time, and be still able to play it in a 1440p. But oh, what's up, Carlo?
Enemy at the office.
Sure, we'll do after this. And thanks for dropping by, man. God. Thanks, Carlo. Again, Jam. I will probably be playing PUBG every once in a while. It's just that I'm not gonna be able to stream it. My laptop wouldn't be able to handle it. That's why. That's the weird thing about these, compared to these COD.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
I can stream YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch at the same time, and Mixer at the same time, and be still able to play this on a 1440p, and I literally don't have any problem. Unlike PUBG, even if I set it to 1080p and stream it even just on Twitch, I will have like 20 FPS.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Enemy at the center.
That is what I like it here in COD, because it plays so smooth even if I'm streaming it.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
We'll do check you out, Carlo, after.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Where was that? Where was that guy?
Reloading!
Oh crap. I really wanted to go to check the ground war.
Friendly UAV
Just that.
overhead.
I wanna upgrade my guns first. Although I tried it yesterday, and then there were lots of snipers, and my sniper guns are not yet upgraded and unlocked. So I'm gonna have to grind it through team
Enemy
deathmatch
personal
first.
radar in the air. Hold ahead.
Ouch.
Enemy at the warehouse. Friendly UAV overhead. Enemy personal radar in the air. Friendly UAV overhead. Keep fighting, we got this.
Right there.
Oh no! Go back. Oop! Nope.
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Take cover.
Enemy at the warehouse.
Second.
Score the victory, mate. Let's have another.
Enemy at the warehouse.
What are you screaming about, Carlo? That if you're still there? I think we unlocked something new. Oh yeah, it's the M13. Automatic assault rifle featuring a short stroke piston. Keeps fire rate high and recoil. Right, I'm gonna check this out. Ooh. If I remember correctly, I was using this in the beta. Yeah, it is. If I remember it correctly, after I unlocked this, after I unlocked this in the beta, I was using this. It is a nice gun. Less recoil, and then it's got a faster rate of fire. So yeah, let's check it out. Oh, I love this place for snipers. Although I really wanted to use the Carnage, to be honest.
Team deathmatch. Shotgun. Let's run.
If the Carnage has the 50 caliber in it.
We're in the lead.
Reloading.
First blood.
Enemy at the bridge. bridge.
Back in the Counter-Strike days,
Lost the lead.
I always use B46 AWM. Where's that? What?
Enemy UAV overhead.
Was about to ask where was everyone?
Second control.
Didn't hear any gunshots. Oh crap!
That's good. Re-engaging.
The only thing I like about the Carnage rather than these 50 caliber is it's faster. Yeah, who wouldn't want to use the caliber? I mean the 50 caliber.
Enemy.
Where?
UAV online. Enemy at the courtyard.
There was one guy here.
Enemy at the bridge.
Reloading. Grenade out.
Shit. Woo! Oh crap. Definitely has the slowest scoping mechanism.
Enemy at the construction site.
That is why I love the Carnage. It's faster. Where are they?
Friendly UAV online.
Crap. Oh, he already saw me.
Overhead.
That's fair enough. Right. Get your own place. Riot. Oh. Oh. What? Oh man.
Friendly precision
In
airstrike
as
on the
much
way.
as I wanted to use the Carnage, I needed to unlock this gun here. What the heck is that? Alright. What's that for?
We're losing control. Enemy at the bridge.
Oh damn, I'm so noobs. Okay. I thought. There was one guy here. Oh.
Hostile.
Enemy at the bridge.
Enemies here.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Still firing.
Enemy at the courtyard.
Enemy at the courtyard. Ow! No! I'm just joking, bro. You're lucky.
Enemy at the construction. Enemy precision
Why can't
airstrike
I-
inbound. Take cover.
Damn it. I go there. There's one guy here. dead.
Enemies halfway there. Step it up.
Enemies here.
Enemy at the construction site.
Where? Where? Holy moly. Oh, what?
Enemy at the courtyard.
Oh, crap. I'm so dead. Nope. Not fair. What's that? Nope. Probably gonna go over here.
Friendly VTOL in the air.
Yeah.
Enemy at the construction site. We're losing ground.
Got 141.
And here comes the planes. It's too noisy.
Enemy at the courtyard.
Oh, he's got a car 98? No. Oh, what?
Friendly UAV online.
Valhalla. Where are they?
Enemy at the construction site. Friendly UAV online.
Are they all gone? Yeah, probably they're gone.
Friendly precision airstrike on the way.
Oh, what? Just joking. Is there something there? Nope.
Enemy at the courtyard.
One shot. One kill. One shot. One kill. One shot. One kill. No.
Friendly VTOL in the air.
No. Oh, here. Oh, no. I missed. Oh, crap. Holy moly.
Enemy at the construction site.
Okay, well, what?
Don't deal in fair fights. A win is a win.
A win is a win.
Yeah, he got shot as well. Let's check this out. And nope. Oh, she's got a new one again. Of course we're gonna take that. Heavy Camouflage. Okay. Let's take that. And Alright. Oh, just the kid. Wake up in the 7. Waited till 11. No man would call. Think I've got a lot of friends, but I don't hear from them.
Reloading, stand by.
Standing all the way on
Viper
your
3-1, Viper 1-1 on approach.
COD nowadays is BF? What? It's better than BF, you know?
Team deathmatch. You are clear to prosecute all targets.
Oh.
Enemy at the construction site.
I see more.
Hang on. Ah, crap. I didn't see him. There's the other guy here. He doesn't go shop.
Enemy at the construction site.
Construction site? Okay. Oh.
I'm with you.
Alright.
Enemy to the area.
What you'll see.
Well, they know. Can't believe I did. Alright, that's fine. Someone here?
Contact.
Where? What the?
Enemy at the bridge.
Oh, here we go.
Enemy at the construction site.
Throwing stun. Flash out. Yeah. The enemy taking the lead.
Whoa! What the heck? Heck was that? This guy here.
Contact.
Oh, I don't have ammo anymore.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
That amount of shaking. Where? Where? There's no more.
Reloading, stand by.
What? Only 30 ammos and plus 16. Oh, crap. I'm not feeling this map. Oh, weary.
Enemy at the gun shop.
I only got 90 rounds.
Enemy UAV online.
Oh man, it's got a UAV. Shotguns.
Request recon flyover.
What's your position?
happened? Let me see.
Enemies in the area!
We gotta get familiarized with the mount thing.
Enemy care package inbound.
Since
Enemy at the courtyard.
seriously.
Enemy at the bazaar.
Where's the bazaar?
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Enemy UAV online.
Oh, the upstairs.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
The heck was that?
Contact! Reloading!
This mount
Enemy
thing.
UAV online.
I'm getting pissed about.
Contact! Care package inbound. Enemy
Don't tell me that was a shotgun again.
Enemy at the bazaar.
Oh. What? One more.
Enemy cluster strike incoming.
Soul.
Enemy in the back alley.
Where's the back alley? Where's the back alley? Seriously?
Enemies over there.
Where? What the heck? Enemies over there. I guess.
Grenade out! Throwing stun! Grenade out!
Good impact, still hot.
It's too hot. Yeah, of course it's too hot. What the heck? Okay.
Your fire!
Oh, sorry.
Get it together. This ain't over yet.
Enemy at the courtyard.
Enemy care package inbound.
Where are these guys?
Less than a minute. Enemy in the contact!
That was nice. Fair enough.
Enemy VTOL jet inbound.
COD is now BF. Heck, it's better than BF, you know. Picture perfect. How many chicken dinners do you have, Jam? Jam, if you're still there, how many chicken dinners for today? How many chicken dinners are you aiming for today? Or rather, muscle break. Okay, all right, that's fair enough. Okay, let's stick some sticks on it. Whoa. Oh, you're on Tekken. Whose character is that? I forgot who was your main in Tekken, bro. What? All right. Ooh, that's going to be difficult. I've been trying to train with Lee. It's just that I really can't get his rhythm. It's fairly. It's like I also tried Xiaoyu and Lee Wolong. I really can't get their rhythm. Maybe I can't get the timing. That's why it annoys me whenever I encounter someone using Lee or Xiaoyu.
Enemy!
In the middle church.
Ooh la la. I think they're one of those characters that are pretty hard to use. Galahad 725Y. I didn't want to use the sniper for.
We have control. Crush them.
What?
Contact!
Oh, hang on. Okay.
Target down! Allied UAV overhead. Enemy personal radar overhead. We have taken the lead.
Yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
Hold up, you have lost the lead. We have taken control.
Reloading!
Please watch out for mommy, okay?
Enemy in the riverbed. Enemy personal radar overhead.
This is where I usually push. Just remember we were not playing the capture points. That was the place I usually push when I
Friendly care
whenever we
package
play
inbound.
capture points. Oh crap! Just when the time you're about to push. You're about to push and the... Where's the helicopter? Oh,
Allied precision airstrike incoming. Beware.
what the...
Enemy is fire.
Oh man, that was the last thing.
Enemies here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what the heck are you doing? What? Really? Oh crap.
Enemy in the missile launcher. Enemies in the area.
Seriously.
We're halfway there. Keep going.
Seriously.
Enemy personal radar
I'm not hitting
overhead.
anyone.
Friendly care package inbound.
Enemy.
No one's here. Where are they?
Allied IAV dropping in.
Pushing here. What?
I will follow.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Or are they? What the heck? I'm missing all the fun. Where?
Allied UAV overhead.
Ooh la la.
Доложить обстановку.
Allied missile launched.
That should kill that guy.
Enemy in the missile.
One's here.
Enemy
Where?
in the trench.
Trench. This is the trench. Ah, you're lying. There's no one's here.
I will follow.
How many enemies that we have?
Friendly VTOL on station for Overwatch.
Where? Oh crap, that was all potato.
Настроение угроз.
Here? Let's go.
Enemy at the church.
Church. Where's the church? That church? Why am I so potato right now?
Enemy UAV overhead.
I'm gonna go back to M4.
Fight squad, earn your victory.
Boom.
Allied precision airstrike incoming. Beware. Friendly care package inbound.
Ah, crap. Look at that. I'm the last one.
Objective complete. Very good.
So awful. 725. Why? Okay. Look at that shotgun. That's so awful, man. $110. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's just the case. Oh, okay. Brand new Sony. That's cool. But I think it's too far. Wolverine. Hey, Jam. Jam. Were you the one that is there was a fan of the Diablo series as well? I mean, were you the one who was a fan of the Diablo? Because they just released Diablo 4, man. I mean, not released as in released for the public. I mean, they showed it in BlizzCon.
Enemies here.
It's a Diablo 4. I didn't recall if it was you or it was somebody else.
Enemies in the area.
Oh crap, that was ugly. Oh yeah, okay.
I'm with you.
There. Reloading.
Throw grenade. The enemy's taking the lead.
It was still there, I think.
Got control.
Enemy at the cave entrance.
One shot, one kill.
I'm with you.
He's gone. Oh, he's dead.
Enemies in the area.
Oh crap, let's do that. Ooh, there's two of them.
I'll give you
3-1, Viper 1.
throwing stun.
Ah, that was too slow.
On Viper 1-1 on.
Enemy UAV online.
Going again.
God damn it. Knee gun safe. God Damn it. Lucille.
Friendly UAV on station.
There's one more. No. There's one more.
Enemy UAV online.
I knew it. There was one more.
Over there! Reloading!
Enemy at the stone bridge.
How the heck did I not kill that?
Station is good. Re-engage.
I'm gonna fall in behind again. Ah, there was one guy hit.
Enemies!
Holy moly, shotgun again.
Enemy's halfway there. Step it up.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Want to talk with you again. I'm burning. Because the visions of the creepy.
Enemy care package inbound.
Left its seeds
Enemy at
while
the run
I
stop.
was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain.
Enemy spotted!
Enemy Wilson deployed.
Enemy!
Enemy at the cave.
That shotgun again.
I see movement!
Hammer visual.
Why isn't that up?
And
Enemy at the run
vision-
stop.
Where? What? Heck? Okay. Bad positioning. You can go. You go out this way.
Enemy
there
UAV
you go.
online.
Oh man, that was just an assist. What the heck? Such a potato. Too slow on switching.
Enemy at the stone bridge.
Stone bridge, alright. I know that. Where? It's not there.
Enemy at the run stop.
Oh, shit.
Get it together. This ain't over yet.
That will give me heart attack every time I'm having a sniper, and then suddenly an enemy is on in front of me.
Tough day. Take the lesson.
To be honest, I think someone needs X here because sounds like it's working. I'm sorry, I'm using X. Sorry, dude. No. I'm not crying like a little bitch.
How's your training, Jam? Have you done some? Have you achieved some death combo? Lee's death combo. Alright, I'll take that. No, we're not gonna take a laser. Alright. Optic. Alright, that's fine. Guess I'm not gonna be able to use the Carnage then. Inch. No, I'm not gonna use the lady. Sorry, my lady. This guy, he looks familiar. Oh yeah, Brock. He looks like Brock Lesnar. What the heck? What the heck? Potato. What the heck? The potato is me. Adam Core promoted to rank 55. Okay. Well, I saw someone in a group, Facebook group that's already ranked 125. So
Enemy at the construction site.
I can see you there. You should be coming out here. Wrong door. Why am I so potato right now? What the heck are you doing there? Is there some guy over where? Oh, I think he's still there. Oh crap! This is so funny. This is so funny. I'm gonna get the
UAV online.
Nope. No. Okay. We're gonna take this. Where am I? What the heck? Oh, okay. That's what you get. There's one more. Ooh. I knew it, there was one more. Where am I right now?
Friendly UAV
Seriously.
on station.
Why did they put me here? You the middle.
Daddy,
You did.
I win.
Yeah, you won. Good job.
Enemy at the cafe.
My kid is starting to play the CS:GO.
Enemy at the construction Enemy precision
So I
airstrike
just-
inbound.
Have him match with the bots, and apparently he won.
Care package.
Oh, what the?
Be advised.
Bird.
Enemy UAV online. Friendly care package inbound. Enemy friendly sentry gun online.
Enemy? What? Where?
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Find cover.
Just when you're about to. What the?
Enemy's
Alright.
halfway there. Step it
You're
up.
cool. Keep your cool. I don't
Friendly care package inbound.
know where.
Allied cruise missile on the way. Enemy at the water tower.
Water tower, where? Oh, come on.
Allied counter UAV on.
I'm not gonna use that.
Enemy at the trench.
Drop point set.
This one's better than the 3X.
Be advised. Enemy personal radar active.
Cafe. Is that the cafe?
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Oh, I already. That's a 15.
Be advised.
Alright.
Precision airstrike inbound. Enemy care package inbound.
That's a 50. What? I think that's the cafe. That should be the cafe. I'm not really sure. Where?
Allied counter
See
UAV
him.
online.
It should be cafe. Nah.
Yes.
There's that. One guy here. I need to level this one up. Oh, there.
Get in the air.
Where?
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
There's a guy over there.
Personal radar. Enemy counter UAV online.
Did he? The heck did he jump? Yeah, he. What the? Oh man, it's not doing well.
Friendly care package inbound.
This is not doing well.
Enemy UAV
Oh,
online.
it's still there. This is not going well.
Allied counter UAV online.
Let's see.
Gun online.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Get it together. This
How
ain't
can
over.
I
Enemy precision
upgrade
airstrike
these
inbound.
if I can kill them?
Enemy care package inbound.
Enemies in the area.
Holy moly,
UAV
that's
is
too... Alright.
Objective failed.
I think that's fair enough. Really? Customize. Oh, what's this? Termite. Throwing knives. Yeah. Well. Got snake. Okay. Oh. Rap peekaboo.
Team deathmatch. Got enemy inbound. Lock and load. Only 6.
Tactical sprint. AI. Duration tactical sprint. Faster weapon swap. Okay. We needed that. Okay. Spotter. That should... What? Why do I have a late? Oh, okay. I remember it now.
Enemy UAV overhead.
This is not good for snipers.
I'm with you.
Ooh.
Taking fire. Check your damn fire. Reloading. Contact! I'm hit!
I try to.
Enemy near Main Street.
Oh, what the? I was just trying to kill him with a knife.
Enemy at the buses.
Buses, okay.
Contact!
What is that?
Oh, what the?
What is that? I said what is that?
What the? On my screen, I've already thrown the knife, and in his screen, I haven't thrown the knife yet.
Reloading!
Enemy at the buses. Take fire!
Let me just kill someone with a knife.
Cluster strike incoming.
Let me just kill someone with a knife.
Enemy at the scaffold.
Scalpel. Okay.
Reloading.
Enemy near Main Street.
Didn't hit him with a knife. This is what I like about COD. You can still aim while you're reloading. Nope. Nope. There's no one there.
Enemies in the air! Reloading!
I heard you.
Enemy UAV overhead. Contact! Specialist
Enemy near
achieved.
Main Street.
Enemy at the buses.
Ah, too bad. I lost my perks again.
We're losing ground. Step it up.
Seriously, that's a 50 caliber, bro.
Contact!
Enemy at the scaffold.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Ah, you're dead.
Gotta reload. Enemy UAV overhead.
Enemy at the courtyard.
It was trying to tank me.
Enemy precision airstrike. Take cover. Halfway there. Step it up. Target down.
Oh, two of them. Fair enough. Wait,
Enemy
I haven't
UAV
killed with a
overhead.
knife yet. Holy moly.
Enemy UAV overhead.
It's a potato.
Enemy precision airstrike. Take cover.
Enemy at the courtyard.
Ooh.
Enemy VTOL in the AO.
Enemies here.
Enemy cluster strike.
Oh, I got
incoming.
saved.
Take cover.
Where? Oh, okay.
Enemies here.
Oh crap.
Enemy near Main Street.
Contact!
Where? Oh crap.
Enemies in the area!
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Take cover. Enemy UAV overhead.
Where was he? Enemy.
Right there.
Oh crap.
Enemy in the
Target
box.
spotted.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, we're losing again. Where is he? Where is that? Oh, what the heck?
Okay.
30 seconds. Time's up. Move your
That's
ass.
fine.
That's it. We've lost the objective. I expect better.
You wanna try this one?
What is this?
It's the chips. Potato. Try.
Wait,
It's just like
I need crisps.
what?
Can I use crisps?
No, we don't have crisps anymore. You already finished them all. Just try this. It tastes like Pringles.
I need Oreo. I need Oreo.
I think you still got Oreo here.
Daddy!
Yeah, you still got Oreo in here.
These are empty.
Why didn't you throw it?
You forgot. You didn't know there's Oreo. There's no
Hey,
Oreo.
eat there. Not in the computer. Come on.
You're eating on a computer.
Well, I don't. I eat better. Come on.
Now that this check is upon information with you. Doложить обстановку.
Deathmatch. Here they come. Attack!
I see move.
Have control. Crush them.
Right there.
We have lost the lead. We have control. Crush them. Allied UAV overhead.
Target spotted.
The enemy has the lead. Gonna reload.
I have.
How the heck? Oh, okay, he already saw me. That was fair.
Enemy personal radar overhead. Enemy cluster strike. Take cover. Friendly package inbound.
Kinala ka magpabook og kuan. Brown.
I will follow.
Enemy at the hazmat building.
Naasam na
Friendly
yung
shield
butang.
turret deployed.
Enemies here! I will follow.
Allied UAV overhead. Point. Get moving. Enemies in it. Enemies in it. Overhead.
I didn't say he, I said she. I know she said she.
I go there.
at the hazmat building. Enemy personal radar overhead.
Crap.
Right there.
Holy.
What are you doing?
Enemy at the center. Enemy personal radar overhead. Friendly care package inbound.
The heck?
Allied precision airstrike incoming. Beware. Hostiles in the area. Hostiles in the area. I'm hit! Enemy at the center. Right there. Enemy at the shipping area. Hostile. Enemy care package inbound. I got you. Hostiles in the air.
Shotguns.
One minute remaining. Time is running out. Now or never.
Serious.
Enemy cluster strike. Enemy personal radar overhead.
Where was that guy?
Enemy personal radar overhead.
Enemies here.
We're out of time. Move. Enemy cluster strike. Take cover.
Right there.
What the?
I hate war. I like war. I hate war. I like war. I'm a warrior. I need your help.
Auf 176 und Voice Chat auf 200. Ich habe beide auf 130 jetzt, das ist gut. Ja, ich liebe Kinder. Was? Was ist das? Joscha. Ja, schau ich euch. Haben Sie Fresse, so hören das?
Hey!
Hören uns alle.
Got cornered. Got cornered. Задание выполнено. Готовы к отходу. Принято. Выдвигаем.
Enemies here!
Taking control. Enemy at the bridge.
Yeah.
We are losing ground. Focus.
Following you.
Enemy cruise missile. Command is ours. Maintain pressure. Enemy at the trench. You're losing control. We are in command here. Allied cruise missile launched. Overhead. Enemy at the laundromat.
Unsa?
Friendly VTOL on station for
Enemies here.
Overwatch. Overhead. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead.
I will follow.
Max.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Enemies!
We're halfway there. Keep going. Allied UAV overhead.
I got moved!
Enemy at the cafe.
Hostile!
Allied cluster strike incoming. Allied UAV overhead.
I got movement!
Enemy near Main Street. Enemy cruise missile.
Enemy spotted!
Enemy personal. Enemy cruise missile.
I still live! Enemy!
We have lost the lead. Enemy personal radar overhead. We have control. Crush them.
Right there!
We are losing ground. Focus. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy at the water tower.
Enemies here!
Enemy cruise missile.
Reloading!
Enemy cluster strike. Take cover.
Enemy spotted!
Enemy near Main Street. Not over. Get out there and hurt them. Enemy UAV overhead. 1 minute remaining. Be careful with you now. Bring it hard. Good. We will remember.
Hola. Actually, we should have mega hohes Level.
Ja, voll. Also, ja, es geht.
Afgezocht worden.
Team deathmatch. Enemy threats in the AO. Weapons hot. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yo, what's up, Nani? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How's your day, man? I finally figured out how to add alerts on my stream, bro. Figured well, I only needed the Streamlabs. So that
Enemy UAV overhead.
yeah, I'm fine. I had a little bit of research before I streamed today. I was thinking that the other day
Enemy precision airstrike.
some guy hosted my if you remember it, some guy hosted my stream, and he told me that there wasn't any alerts going on. So I had to think about it for a couple. Ooh. And I had a research on how to do it, and now every time I get a new follower, what? They will get an alert on my stream.
Friendly UAV overhead.
Yeah.
Enemy at the warehouse. Enemy personal radar in the air.
That's why I only started streaming late in the afternoon, because I was trying to configure it. I didn't realize it was that easy. It's like you just have to copy the link and then paste it in your OBS. I thought it was difficult to do it, but
Enemies in the air.
then I found a tutorial on YouTube and just follow it, and then voila. So every time I get a follower in YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, I'm gonna get an alert. That's cool.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Ooh, what the heck? Where?
Friendly UAV
Oh, okay.
overhead.
Yeah, I didn't realize that up until now, because before I was using the Streamlabs OBS, and it was pretty easy.
Enemy
But when I changed to OBS, there was no built-in alerts. And I had to read some information in the forums, and it was quite difficult. Oh, it was quite complicated because you needed to like download some app. But
Enemy UAV
after I saw the tutorial in YouTube, I didn't realize it was that easy as in copy and paste.
Friendly UAV overhead.
Because it was bothering me what the other guy meant by saying there wasn't any alerts from my stream when he hosted it.
Friendly UAV overhead.
That was still a shotgun.
Cluster strike inbound. Step it up.
Enemy at the forklift.
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Take cover. Enemy to the area. Enemy vehicle on station for overwatch.
Enemy at the office.
Laser or not. On your feet, soldier.
It is pretty easy once you know it already. No, I'm not that good. I wish I can do that. I mean, I only been able to unlock all my perks because I oh, come on. How can I mute this guy? Because I pick up the 6 perks instead of the 3 perks. So that's why I'm not gonna be able to. I think I'm not gonna be able to pick any new. But I'm only able to unlock all the 6 perks and then I die.
deathmatch. Demon dogs came to play.
Target spotted.
Enemy at the crossroads.
We're in the lead.
What the heck? See? I am such a potato right now.
Get it back.
I wanted to unlock the. Oh, what? I wanted to unlock the accessories for the sniper, but I don't think I'll be able to unlock it with this run and gun.
We're in control.
Enemy at the bus.
Where is this? Okay. I got
Enemy at the
confused.
construction site.
That almost killed me. Oh, where's my coffee?
Enemy personal radar online.
Enemy at the bridge.
Oh, I don't have any bullets now.
Enemy at the construction site.
Construction site.
Enemies in the area!
Hey, what's up, Vixen?
Inbound to the east. Over.
Sure, we'll do that after this. I'm gonna check you out, bro. Thanks for dropping by. Got hit now?
Friendly UAV on station.
Enemy at the cafe.
Where's that? Oh, what the heck?
Enemy personal radar online.
Enemy at the bridge.
I have to reload.
Good impact.
What the heck is this?
Enemy at the cafe.
Cafe, where's the cafe?
Check your bloody fire!
Sorry. I would have killed that guy if there was a team kill.
Enemy at the construction site.
Friendly care package.
Enemy at the buses.
Buses, where's the buses?
Contact!
Yeah. What? That's Tesco? Tesco?
Friendly sentry gun online.
Oh.
I'm with you.
Enemy personal radar online.
the cafe.
Is this the cafe? Where's the cafe? Where are these guys?
Enemy sentry gun active.
Enemy in the courtyard.
Oh crap.
Enemy care package inbound.
Enemy at the crossroads.
No go 3-1.
Enemy in the
Nani, what is F4F stream means? I'm such a noob with streaming, bro.
Enemy at the bazaar.
Friendly UAV on station.
Hostiles in the area.
Oh, what?
Hostiles in the area.
Oh, okay, okay. So, all right, I'm gonna do that. I mean, who knows?
Enemy cluster strike incoming.
Thanks for telling me. I literally don't have any idea about that. So, where is it?
UAV on station.
Enemy in the cafe.
Huh? What's his name?
Yeah, it's fluffy.
K
Are you fluffy?
B. Vixen, right?
Friendly UAV on station.
Right. There. I just followed you, Vixen. Thanks for dropping by. Ooh, there was another guy.
Friendly sentry gun online.
Once again, thanks Nani for telling me. I had no idea about that. Nope. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to know.
We're winning this.
Oh.
Keep it tight.
Enemy in the
Like, I just left for a couple of minutes and I'm no longer the first one.
Enemies in the area.
A good day's work.
I just realized. Ooh, that is a picture perfect, bro. You know what? I just checked my Twitch account right now, and I had no idea I've already got 20 followers.
Mommy, I was playing shoot a gun. I was playing shoot a gun.
You were playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Oh, you were playing with Daddy?
No.
Somebody?
No. I'm playing by myself.
Oh, okay.
You were playing with the bots.
And those people. Those people.
Yeah, you can play with people next time. But right now you need to practice with the bots first, right?
No, I got it. There's no
Yeah, it's been doing good. So far, so good, Jam. And Nani's here. Nani can just join us. As usual. You know what?
Get out there. Remove the company.
I used to just stream and just keep quiet and never talk. But
Grenade out!
But ever since Nani came to the stream, I didn't realize it feels good to talk. I mean, literally, Nani was the first follower that I always talk to, because it feels great to talk to talk while streaming, you know.
Enemy! Enemy spotted!
Oh, really? Well then, thanks for telling me again. I truly have no idea about that. As I say, I'm a new streamer. Although I've been streaming for quite a while now, but most of my streams were just me playing and not talking at all.
Enemy UAV on.
Yeah, it is, and it's pretty challenging to do that. It's because there are lots of big streamers already.
I have to reload!
So it's going to be very challenging for small streamers. But that's fine, because as they say, great things start from small beginnings, right? Yeah, but right now you're the only one that is talking to me when you came here. I mean, that is why that started me from. Literally, that started me. Ooh, wait. And then there's also one challenge, because yeah, it is. And then one big challenge as well is that English is not my native language. It's not my native tongue. That's why. Ooh, crap. Most of the time I don't have any topic at all. Sorry. So every time I get a chance to open up a topic.
Care package inbound.
Oh, crap. Shotgun. Yeah, I know a little bit. It's just that I'm not really a native English speaker, so there are times that I get lost of words.
Enemies in the air.
And
Courtyard.
what? I'm out of. There are times that I'm out of words and
Friendly care package inbound.
I'm just staring at my screen.
Enemies here.
Like there was one time, there was this guy who hosted my stream, and
Enemy shield turret spot.
I literally didn't know what to do. Then after that, Nani's hosted my stream as well. So that's probably where I got those other followers. I thought there was a guy there. Don't think I have. Ooh, no. Is that an enemy? Oh, okay.
Enemy movement.
Where?
Reloading. Hold ahead.
Enemies here.
Why do I get all the assists? Like.
Enemy.
Oh my. Yeah.
Enemy at the bus.
That's where I probably get my other followers as well. What was that? Oh, thanks! Thanks for hosting. You literally tested my alerts.
Friendly sentry gun deployed.
Contact.
So that's what an alert look like.
Friendly precision airstrike on the way.
Where is that guy?
I have to reload.
Thanks for hosting, Nani. Ooh, there was the other guy. I really wish I could also stream PUBG. It's just that
Enemies spotted.
I won't be able to play smoothly if I play PUBG and then do the streaming at the same time. So that is why I would rather play COD.
Allied cluster strike inbound.
Because I can stream for platforms that
Friendly care package inbound. Less than a minute. Keep it up. They've almost.
Oh man.
I got movement.
Enemy in the bus. 30 seconds. Time's up. Move.
there was two of them.
Good impact.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, how the... Oh, man.
Fall back, soldier. Fight another day.
Ow. Picture perfect. We don't need a heavy heater for now. Oh, melee bridges greatest done under. No, we don't do melee. So, how about these ones? Not yet. Which part of the UK are you from, Jam?
Control movement, search the hallway. Check. General number one. Balcony clear. 1 KIA.
And that's it. We're making a circle of friends now, the followers, right?
Enemy threats in the AO. Weapons hot. We're in the lead.
The heck? Yeah, that was so unfortunate, Nani, because one time you were streaming and I wasn't at home. So I was only able to see the notifications once I was able to check my phone.
Enemies in the area. Reloading.
Revenge. Shit, man. I think it's not far from me. I'm on the Hounslow area. Isolar particularly.
Enemy at the office.
Enemies.
Oh, Brad.
Enemies.
Yeah. 1 KIA.
Oh, crap.
Enemy at the office.
Friendly UAV overhead.
Now, where's that guy? Oh, he was dead. Oh, they were already dead. Scudadoodles, where? Oh, okay.
Enemy cruise missile incoming. Enemy personal
It's really a
radar in
good
the
thing
air.
if you have someone to play with. So that's a good thing for you because you have your brother to play with Tekken and you can practice.
Friendly UAV overhead.
That was so stupid.
Be advised, friendly precision air.
That's kind of fun. So who got drank? Who got all the glass?
Friendly UAV overhead. Enemy cluster strike incoming. Wake up.
Where is it?
Enemy in
Contact!
Who won all the glasses, Jam?
Enemies in the area! Halfway there, keep fighting.
Enemy in the office.
What office? Oh, that's what.
Enemy UAV
I'm really
overhead.
sorry for your brother, bro. You must have probably was there already before the match, right?
Enemy in
Oh
the office.
man, I was sick.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
You must probably know what's going to happen. Oh crap.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Oh man, that was so slow. So what did your brother told you after that?
Enemy at the warehouse.
What the? Where is that coming from? But you know, you better watch out because after that, your brother might be
Enemy in the office.
might be practicing Tekken
Personal radar in the air.
just to get his revenge.
Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Enemy in
Enemy
the office.
UAV overhead.
Oh man.
Contact!
Enemy in the
That would be
office.
funny if you had it on stream, you know.
Personal radar in the air.
Did you had it on stream?
Contact!
Because I would definitely want to check that out. I ran out of bullets.
Getting hammered. Step it up.
I hope you had it on stream. Well, both of you got drunk.
Personal radar in the air. Learn from the loss. Come back harder.
Maybe next time when he finally wins the match, he would probably let you post a video. Breacher. Okay. No, we don't know the breacher. Yeah, you guys have the advantage because you have your brother to play with. I mean, field upgrades. What's this? Tactical insertion. Mark location as your next spawn point. That's cool. So I suggest I guess you were using your lay, and then your brother was using who? What character your brother was using, Jam?
You are clear to prosecute all targets.
I really hate about this.
Target spotted.
Ooh la.
Reloading. Reloading.
Oh, that's. I mean, that's more fun.
We got control.
Back in Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection. It was on a PSP. We had a little tournament in the office, and I was just using the random out, and I still won the tournament.
The enemy's taking the lead.
Why wasn't I?
Friendly UAV on station. We got control.
Oh no. Okay, that saved me. Thanks for saving me. Ooh. Oh, he was dead.
Hostiles in the area.
Allied cluster strike inbound. Danger close.
Oh.
Enemy in the area. Reloading.
I thought. Oh, I don't have any bullets anymore.
Enemies in the
Oh man.
Enemy at the run stop.
You've lost the lead. Get it back. Enemy UAV online.
Oh crap.
Enemy personal radar online. Enemy cluster strike incoming.
I didn't realize that was. I thought it was friendly.
Enemy!
Oh man.
No go.
Enemy at the destroyed building.
Hostiles in the area.
What's it?
Friendly UAV on station.
Oh man.
Hammer down.
I guess you're pretty close to your brother, Jam, right?
Enemy at the
Holy, why do I
Allied cruise missile on
get
the
so
way.
potato right now? I was so potato.
Enemies in the area!
Oof. How? What the heck? I really hate reacts. How old is your brother, bro?
Enemy personal radar online.
Really hate reacts. Oh crap.
You got enemies inbound.
Oh,
enemy at
they're
the
pretty close. I have a brother as well, but he's in the Philippines, so
Enemies in the area!
we used to play Super Mario Brothers in
Enemy at the bus stop.
Famicom. That was a family computer.
Enemy UAV online.
That was our bonding before. Where was that guy? Because back in the days there wasn't no Tekken.
Contact.
No, it's still there.
Enemy personal radar online.
What the? Oh.
Enemy at the center.
There was one guy here.
Enemy at the run stop.
Allied cruise missile on the way. Enemy personal radar online.
See what he did.
Enemy at the destroyed building.
Destroyed building that's here. Should be coming here. Knew it.
We pulled ahead.
Enemy at the
Friendly VTOL jet on station.
Contact!
Ooh, there was so many of them. Oh man. Holy mother!
On station.
What's your position?
We're crushing them out there.
That was a shotgun. Too bad.
Mission accomplished. Solid day's work.
Oh, by the way, Nani, you're in the USA, right? Nani, you're in the USA right now, right? Because I have something to ask about the coming Black Friday. What's this? Hey, briefly, okay. It's done now. Do you still order online during Black Friday? Oh, this one's nice. I like this one. Oh, you do? You know what? Every time, every Black Friday, I always check Amazon. But I haven't really got a chance to buy something like what happened in the USA. I mean, Amazon just sold camera sport $15,000, and they were just selling it for like $100 each. That was, I think that was last year. And what's good thing about it is that Amazon will honor them, even if that's their mistake. They will still deliver the goods, even if it's not priced correctly. Can you imagine that? People were able to get cameras worth $3,000 and for just $100. What's that right here? How the heck did we survive that? Oh man. Yeah, that was crazy. People get lucky from time to time. I mean, I've had my fair share of Amazon deals, but it wasn't really that big of an item. I got a microphone, like it was priced. The original price was around 70 or 80 pounds, and I only got it for 10 pounds. Sometimes sellers will, I don't know if they do it on purpose, just to sell something from their store, but it's definitely working. get the assist. Stop around.
Enemy in the boiler room.
Enemy.
What? I thought he... Oh man.
Enemy spotted. I've been hit. Flashbang out.
You know, Jam, you know what? We are going to Portsmouth this coming Black Friday. like just we did last year. We went to Portsmouth. It's I bet you know it already. What's that place?
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
So yeah, it's going to be fun. And I'm gonna check Amazon as well, of course.
Enemy in the cargo container.
Oh crap. Why do I get
Enemy's halfway there. Step it
100
up.
for that? No one's running. Where are these guys?
Taking fire.
Enemy at the smokestack.
Grenade out.
Oh crap. Alright.
Allied post
Take
strike
care.
inbound. Danger close.
Where is he? That shakes.
Enemy at the mine cart.
What? Where? Here? There was no one. Oh man, that was so close.
Enemies here.
Where? Oh, there we go. Oh man, the heck? How did it? None.
Enemy at the train tracks.
Where are these guys? Ooh. Fair enough.
Contact.
Enemy at the train tracks.
How the heck?
On Viper 1-1 on.
Was such a potato.
Contact.
Where? Where? Here? Seriously. Oh. fell behind. I fell behind. I'm falling behind.
Enemy wheels are deployed. We got work today. Save it for the next one.
That was so lame. Oh, the wheels on. Nani, by any chance, have you played the Samurai Shodown? I mean the latest one. I thought that they're gonna release it on PC. I was waiting for it on Steam, but it was console. It was only console. I do play a lot of Samurai Shodown before as well. Shame they only release it in consoles.
Echo 3-1, Viper 1-1 on approach, ready for tasking. What's your position? Roger, 7-1, target acquired, weapon free.
Before Tekken, I played a lot of Samurai Shodown, Street Fighter, King of Fighters, and Samurai, the Last Blade 2.
Team deathmatch. Enemy threats in the AO. To engage.
Oh, I missed it. But you're familiar with the Samurai Shodown, right?
I'm with you.
It's one of the classic games, bro.
Enemy at the back alley. He's got control.
Where is he? Is he dead? Go on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Nope. How about here?
Control.
Reloading.
How was I able to?
Enemy personal record. Taking the lead.
Oh, what the heck? Seriously?
3-1, Viper 1-1.
Seriously, I didn't kill that. How?
Enemy UAV online.
Where? What the heck? Where was he? I got lost. Come on. Come on, come on, come on.
Enemy in the boiler room.
Boiler.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Oh, he was just there. Okay.
Advised, enemy personal radar active.
Oh, that saved me. Thanks for saving me. How? What? Where? Nothing.
Contact!
There's this money to them.
That's too close to friends.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Target's spotted.
Enemy shield turret online. Enemy at the warehouse.
Warehouse, yeah.
Enemy UAV online.
There you go, bro. Oh, he was there.
Down. Get the infantry.
Enemy's halfway there. Step it up. Enemy cruise missile incoming.
That was almost.
Enemies in the area!
And I missed again.
Enemy at the minecart.
Too slow. Too slow.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
I'm with you. Contact!
Enemy online.
Oh crap.
Contact!
Enemy UAV online. Enemy at the train. Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Oh crap. There's one guy behind me.
Get the infantry.
Grenade out.
I should be able to unlock the other stuff.
Back out.
Enemies in the area!
Seriously, that didn't kill him.
Contact.
Potato.
Be advised,
I should
enemy
remove
personal
that.
radar active.
Automatic mount. That was so annoying.
Enemy at the UAV on station.
I don't mount anyway. Too bad. Oh, good.
Personal radar active.
5 seconds.
Where is he? Was there somebody behind me? No.
Enemy at the back alley. Enemy UAV online. Enemy at the cargo containers. Advised, enemy personal radar active. Precision airstrike inbound.
Oh, behind.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active.
Oh, there's one. I hate.
This can't happen again.
Where was it? Mount activation disabled.
Enemy at
Toggle weapon. Toggle. Let's gonna put this on toggle here. And then... And then... Where can we mount it? Hang on. Let me just...
That's too close to friendly. Calling in fire mission 3-1. Roger, Demon 1-2. Hammer is visual on that position. Target is acquired. Stand by for danger close. Good impact. Still hot. Going again. Missiles up.
Deathmatch. You are clear to engage all threats.
Enemy at the center.
Hold ahead. We are losing control.
I see movement. Reloading.
Detonation is good.
She will become noisy. Oh. Right. This map again?
Reloading. Grenade Enemies in the area.
Oh, moly. Okay.
Detonation.
Take fire.
Enemy.
Visual on that position.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
Stand by.
I see movement.
What the heck? And that didn't kill him.
Enemy in the warehouse.
Oh, sorry. Prince! That's too much.
Enemy at the warehouse.
Oh, there's too many of them.
Enemy's halfway there. Step it up.
Holy... Okay.
Friendly UAV online.
Mono Del Rey.
Enemy personal radar online. Incoming. Take cover.
Oh no! Ran out of bullets.
Contact.
McTavish. That guy. Where? Okay.
Enemy in the warehouse.
Oh, crap.
Reloading.
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Friendly UAV online. Enemy counter UAV online.
Where are these guys? That's weird. Somebody shoot them.
Friendly people.
And that didn't kill him. Wouldn't work.
Enemy personal radar online. Friendly precision airstrike online.
Sure is. Oh, nope. Seriously. I really hate this 3x. You can go out now.
They're falling behind. Regroup.
Enemy at the center.
That's it. We've lost the objective. I expect better.
Damn, that's 22. No rats. Oh, the other guy. Alienware. Did we unlock something? Oh. Oh, I like this map.
Target those vehicles. No go, 3-1. That's too close to friendly.
But I'm not gonna use the 3x.
Roger, 1-2. Hammer is visual on that position. Target is acquired. Stand by for interception.
Oh, okay. Yes. I like this part.
We've taken control.
One shot, one kill. Oh, I missed.
Contact!
Go on. Come on, come on, come on.
Enemy at the compound.
Knock it down! Contact!
See you. Problem here. No. Oh, I missed again. Oh, what? Oh.
Enemy at the compound.
Getting so much.
Allied cluster strike inbound. Danger close.
I knew it.
Personal radar online. Reloading!
Enemy at the compound.
Contact!
Enemy at the back alley.
Taking fire! Reloading!
That was so funny.
Weapon.
Where am I?
Enemy at the bridge.
Oh crap. You got me first.
Contact!
Where?
Allied cluster strike
Enemy at the
inbound.
compound.
Danger close. Enemies in the area! I'm taking fire! Changing max.
Oh.
Enemy at the buses.
Buses?
Enemy shield turret online.
Oh, too late. No one?
Enemy UAV online.
No more?
Enemy at the compound. Enemy at the bridge.
I'm with you.
Ow.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
Enemy at the bridge.
Oh. What? Can't believe I didn't kill him.
Enemy Wilson deployed. Friendly precision airstrike on the... We're halfway there.
Enemy at the
Fight it.
compound.
Friendly UAV on station.
Oh, no, 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 no. We're not going there.
Friendly care package inbound. Enemy UAV online.
What the heck?
Enemy at the bridge.
Allied cluster strike inbound. Close.
Enemy in the courtyard.
I'm the best sniper that you got.
Allied cluster strike inbound.
Contact! Enemy at the construction site.
It's too slow. Too slow to switch. Ooh, I missed. Guy here.
Enemy in the courtyard.
Where is he?
Enemy at the construction site.
Oh crap. Really love this map. I'm gonna check out Ground War later. Since I've got a long range sniper already. Where is he? Saw him here. It's gone. There he is.
Enemy at the construction site.
Here he is. Ooh, missed.
Enemy at the bridge.
Where? Missed. No, there's no more there. Oh, nope,
Allied
nope, nope.
cluster strike inbound. Less than a minute. We're almost there. Let's bring it home.
Oh crap, you already got me there. I'm gonna get you.
Enemy at the construction site.
So you're up there. Now it's gone.
30 seconds. Time's almost up.
Enemy at the courtyard.
Nope. Oh, missed. Hey, literally. What the heck with those snipers?
Enemy at the bridge.
I got you, bro.
Enemy personal radar online.
Is there anyone else who wants to take this
Outstanding
sniper?
job. Ready up.
If I could just take this map on the filter.
sight.
That was a picture perfect again. Oh, I got a new attachment for my sniper. Oh, what's this? And a 3x. I don't think I need this. So yeah, rear grip. What's the magical, Prince? What's a magical, Prince? Yeah, I want that. What else do we have? Nothing. What else do we have? Oh, SMGs. Uzi. MP7. Where's the MP7? Oh, this one. Okay. Hey, no shouting, no shouting.
Acquired. Stand by for danger close. Good impact. Still hot. Going again. Missiles up. Their armor's down. Hit the infantry.
Laser, yeah, we don't need a laser. What's this place? Oh, okay.
Team deathmatch. Jackals, let's hunt.
I'm not quite familiar with the place. What the heck is this new one? Is this new? Oh, oh crap! That is why.
I will follow.
I was heading to the wrong place, and then yep, I'm gonna snipe them here. Nope, they're probably already there, and nope.
I see movement.
And I missed.
One down.
Reloading.
Too bad I missed. Where? Here.
What to reload?
Nope. I don't see anyone.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, that was only an assist. Too bad. Somebody's gonna go down. Oh. Where?
Multiple contact.
Checkpoint.
Mission is good. Re-engaging.
Didn't see that. So they're here. Go away. Go away. Oh. Oh, crap. Oh, what the heck? What happened?
Good impact. Still hot.
Didn't know why I stopped shooting. Where are they?
Target spotted.
Shit. Oh, sorry. You got me.
at the checkpoint. Friendly UAV online.
I have to reload. I have to reload.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
Enemies.
Why the heck? How many bullets do I have?
Fired. Weapons free and back.
Enemy UAV overhead.
What cut 30 and why do I stop shooting? Still got 30 bullets.
Enemy at the cargo container.
I don't know where they are.
Friendly counter UAV active.
Enemies here. Reloading.
Keep fighting. Enemy cluster strike incoming. Take cover.
Weapons free and back.
That moment when you realize you're about to get wrecked. I was like, no.
Enemy at the courtyard.
Someone's here. Oh, here.
Enemy personal radar in the
To
air.
reload.
Reloading. I have to reload.
Friendly counter UAV active.
Got your attention.
Oh no 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 no! Why is that firing again? It's too. So
Enemies here.
bug.
Enemy at the courtyard.
I think that's a bug.
We'll follow.
What's that? Spotted. What? Where? Oh crap.
Roger, 7-1.
Too far.
I will follow.
Oh,
Zero 6, that one.
Enemy at the cargo containers.
went to town. The spider went to town. Prince, the spider went to town.
Enemy spotted.
I missed. And a second.
Friendly UAV online.
Oh, the heck. No, there's one guy. Is he
Enemy personal radar in the air.
sniping again? No. Oh, they're here. Where? Where?
Friendly cluster strike inbound.
Where?
Enemy at the construction site.
Where? Oh. Oh man.
Friendly UAV online. Enemy personal radar in the air.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm stuck.
Seriously. That's already dead. Oh, okay. Fine.
Good work. They don't know what hit them.
Kiss my ass, mother's minge. Climb on. Climb on, you're crying. Climb on. Climb on. You're crying like a bitch. Cry more. Noob, cry more. Cry more. 5 kills, cry more.
It was like he. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna check on war. I think we already have a good weapon for that. That's fine. That's good. Let's see. No, that's the other one. That is weird. Where? Where's the new one? Oh, okay. I would pick that. Rare grip. Where is... Okay. This one. No. Breacher. Muscle break. Okay. Okay, let's go for the breacher instead.
Ooh, brainstorming, 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 brainstorming.
The spider died. Yay.
I need to hang the web hooks. Brainstorming, brainstorming, brainstorming.
Alright, we're gonna play. Let's try ground war. I heard there are lots of snipers here, so probably this is our game. But since I've already tried it before, like yesterday, and I didn't really get to enjoy it because I was kind of new from the map and I don't know where to go. So yeah, and let's try it again. Ooh, that's the big gun. I don't know how she was able to carry the two of it. I mean, she's got the M60 and the bazooka. Alright, it's gonna take that. And let's gonna snipe some snipers then. Oh, okay. This map is familiar. This was the map from the beta, so...
Capture and kill your enemies.
Where are they? Oh, there you go.
Securing Alpha.
We're just gonna go with our teammates. the vehicles.
Securing Delta. Securing.
Reloading.
Why did he? What the heck? Oh, thanks. She was down. She was down.
One KIA. Four stations.
Hostiles are taking Bravo.
Enemy to the area.
I miss where? Let's take. Okay.
Securing Delta. Enemy personal radar in the air.
Alright, so.
Got Delta.
Oh, okay. Oh, crap.
Four stations. 011, right zone in the house.
Hostiles at Bravo, go.
I won't be able to snipe these guys here.
Taking fire. Target down.
Lost B. Securing X.
That's one.
We're on Charlie. Stand by.
So if we get to see more snipers, that's what we're gonna do.
Reloading.
Aside from
Reloading.
Got it.
I'm in the middle.
Friendly UAV over.
I knew it ended.
Four stations. 011, right zone in the house. Working through.
Friendly IAV dropping in. We're taking Bravo.
Where am I? Seriously,
We pulled ahead.
Mags.
where are they?
He's back up at Echo. We've lost Charlie. We're needed at Alpha.
Enemy to the area.
I knew
Hostiles
it.
have Echo.
One call movement. Search
Need
for
backup at Delta. We're taking Charlie. We're holding Charlie. Hostiles at Delta.
I can. You're
Oh crap.
Friendly IAV dropping in. Allied cluster strike inbound. Friendly care package inbound. Holding Delta.
Bravo, this time one call.
Allied cruise missile away.
Oh crap.
Securing Echo. We're needed
Where?
Allied cluster strike inbound.
Oh, okay.
Friendly UAV overhead. We're halfway there, keep fighting. Hostiles are taking Echo. Hostiles are taking Bravo.
Oh crap. That's impossible.
Friendly care package inbound.
Was that a nuke? Was that a nuke? Oh my god. I only killed 7?
Textbook, well done.
Dumb thing. You guys still there? Jam? Nani? Because if you're still there, I'm about to tell you that probably I'm gonna take my dinner in a few while. Stop. And oh, is this the same map? What do we have now? Ammunition. Okay, 7 rounds. We're not gonna need 7 rounds, you know. Yo, what's up? I'm about to tell you that I'm gonna take my dinner maybe after this one. I'm just trying out the ground war. Okay. Ah, crap. It's too slow. Really? Was too slow.
Bravo secure. Need backup on Delta.
I will follow.
Enemy has Delta. Enemy care package inbound.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
You're needed at B.
Oh man.
Allied UAV overhead.
But that is fine, bro. That is fine. I'm about to take my dinner,
We're on Alpha.
so it's
Stand by.
totally fine. At least you're still there. I know that you're still there.
We've got Alpha. missile launcher.
I like this one. Which are they now?
Allied cruiser for launch.
Oh, what?
Enemy attack, go.
Just a little bit.
Allied UAV overhead. Allied IAV dropping in.
I missed.
Enemy Wilson deployed.
Oh, I knew it. Welcome back, man. Welcome back. I'm about to take my dinner, so probably gonna end stream. Why am I? Oh crap, I'm missing. Why am I here?
Allied IAV dropping.
I have to reload. Go, go!
Seriously, I'm not hitting that.
Securing A.
I have to reload.
Oh,
Allied UAV overhead.
seriously can't see them from here.
Allied precision airstrike in. Beware.
Where are they?
Enemy has echo.
Will you stop?
Enemy UAV overhead. We're halfway there. Keep going.
Enemy movement!
Enemy is up. Go. Securing Echo. Allied UAV over. We lost Delta. We captured Echo.
That should have been an easy kill. It's a 50 caliber.
Airstrike. Get down.
Shit. Probably gonna die if I jump from here.
Allied IAV dropping. Enemy care package inbound. Enemy forces right. Take cover.
jump from here.
Enemy has echo.
What the heck? Why am I here? Okay, there he is. Pardon me. Oh, well. Oh, so late. Alright. I'm gonna do it again.
Enemy at Delta, go. Securing echo.
Not literally. Nope. Nope.
Enemy has Delta.
And he did. I'm such a bad sniper.
Allied precision airstrike incoming. Beware.
What the heck? I can't see him.
You're needed at sea. Need backup at Bravo. Allied UAV over.
There they are.
Allied cruise missile launched.
Nope.
Back up at Alpha.
Oh.
Allied UAV overhead. Allied
Yeah, I didn't know that.
beware. Allied IAV dropping in. Enemy at Alpha, go!
I was such a bad sniper from this far, no? I was such a bad sniper.
Good work. We expect great things from you.
Right, one more round, and then I'm gonna take my dinner. I hope this is going to be the ceiling. I've already realized that I can press space when I was almost on the ground already, so I hit the ground, and I didn't realize I had a parachute. I was supposed to go to the by the ladder, but I fell down. I failed. Slide up fast and away. What we have here? Proximity mine. Nah, we don't need that. There.
Hammer down with the infantry. Still firing, still firing. 06, got 141, got an enemy inbound from the east, over. Reloading, stand by. Echo 3-1, Viper 1-1 on approach.
Oh, that's a huge heli up there. So I'm not familiar with the buildings yet, so I don't know where to go. All I want is just I want to snipe those snipers up there. They're gonna probably go there in that building. I mean, I think that's the highest point.
Alpha. We're taking C.
So what I'm gonna do is How can I go up there?
Please back up at Delta.
I don't know yet.
We control Charlie.
Oh, okay. How?
We're in control.
Such a noob.
Taking B. We have lost Delta. We control Bravo.
So here we go. This is the highest.
Hostiles and
What the
Alpha. Go.
heck? Oh man. So bad at it. What? Here.
Hostiles at
How can I go? Here. Alright, let's just go in the B and then
Taking Delta. Hostiles at
oh man. Okay. That's the thing with the ground war. If you don't know where to look at, you're gonna get wrecked.
Enemy UAV overhead. Hostiles at taking Bravo. Radar in the air. Hostiles at Bravo.
Where's this guy going? I'm lost again. Alright.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Sure.
We're losing control.
Oh man. Where?
Taking Delta. Enemy. Care package on the way. Friendly counter UAV active. We captured D.
Oh.
Friendly command inbound. Allied cruise missile on the way.
Guess you can't just run around from these maps.
Capturing Echo.
Target sighted.
Enemy
Oh crap.
capturing Bravo.
Target sighted.
Back up at Delta. Friendly IAV dropping in.
Oh. Are they gonna hold that map? That point?
Need backup at Echo.
Oh, why?
UAV online. Enemy personal radar in the air.
Wait. It's not going good. I think they're gonna hold that.
Allied cruise missile on the way.
Of all the people, it has to be me.
We control Echo. Hostiles are taking Delta.
Oh, what?
Enemy Precision air inbound. Take cover. Enemy care package inbound. Hostile at Delta. Enemy UAV overhead.
Reloading.
Friendly counter UAV active.
Target is acquired. Stand by for control.
Enemy personal radar in the air.
What the heck is going on?
Enemy missile incoming. Hostiles are taking Delta. Enemy UAV overhead. Friendly care package on the way. Hostiles have Delta. Enemy UAV overhead. Friendly counter UAV active.
Where are we going?
Taking Delta. Taking A. Enemy sentry gun active. Friendly shooter. Friendly IAV dropping in. Friendly UAV online. Enemy cruise missile incoming. Delta. Enemies attacking guns.
Why is not dying? That hurts. That's so painful in the eyes.
Enemies halfway there. Step it up. Taking echo. Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Why is not dying? Where?
Allied cruise missile on the way.
No firing. No set. Stop 141. Reloading. Stand by.
Enemy UAV overhead.
1, 501.
Hostiles are taking Delta.
I think that's the reason why.
Package inbound.
One on approach.
Need backup at Delta.
I really don't have any clue what's going on.
No
Gonna need
set.
that challenge.
141. You got enemies inbound from the east. Over.
Hostiles are taking Delta. Enemy UAV overhead. Allied cruise missile on the way.
5 seconds.
Hostiles have Delta.
Can I go here?
Detonation is good. Re-engaging. Target those vehicles.
They already got all the objectives. And
Taking Delta. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy cruise missile incoming. Taking Echo.
I really don't have any idea what's going on. Yeah. Can we drive this?
Enemy UAV
Enter.
overhead.
Space.
Enemy care package inbound.
Left control.
dropping in.
Missiles up. They're on the deck.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy cruise missile ready. IAV dropping in.
It's just going. What?
We're taking Delta. Losing Bravo. Enemy UAV overhead.
1-1 on approach.
Friendly VTOL in the air.
Target acquired. Weapons free in 5 seconds.
Friendly UAV online. We control Delta. You're needed at Bravo. We lost Bravo. Capturing Charlie. Enemy. Friendly IAV dropping in. Friendly cluster strike inbound. We're taking C. Hostiles at Delta. Go. Hostiles at Echo, go! Friendly precision airstrike on the way. Friendly counter strike inbound. Enemy cruise missile incoming.
Target is acquired.
Yo, what's up, Slyax? Good luck. Good luck for tomorrow, bro.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound. Captain
Welcome to the stream. How you doing? How's your back?
Get it together. This isn't over. Enemy cruise missile incoming. Allied cruise missile on the way. Capturing Echo. We control C. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy Wilson deployed. Enemy contact.
Good luck for tomorrow, bro. Well, I just tried a ground war and I literally don't know what's going on.
That was a slaughter. Collect the dead and report back to base.
Yeah. It was like, it was so chaotic, you know? Can't even hear any footsteps. Oh, what's this? Spray? What? Okay. Spray.
Inbound from the east, over. Reloading, stand by. Echo Echo 3-1, Viper 1-1 on approach, ready for taxi. What's your position? Roger, 7-1. Target acquired. Weapons free in 5 seconds.
I really hope everything would be fine tomorrow, bro. Yeah, just let me know. Just let me know.
Securing Echo. We're holding Echo. Need backup at Charlie.
Let's familiarize the map first. So, where is this place?
Securing B. We're taking Delta.
Ooh, somebody just...
Bravo. Capture Delta.
Okay, there's this...
We're in the lead.
Yeah.
Enemy at Bravo. Go. Losing Charlie. Lost Bravo.
Can't see anything. I should probably go to that building.
Lost Bravo.
Inbound to the east, over. Reloading, stand by.
We're losing ground. Step
Echo
it up.
3-1, Viper 1-1 on approach, ready for tasking. What's your position?
We lost the lead.
Okay,
Failure
let's-
is- We're taking Charlie.
So... Okay. How are we going to go up there?
Enemy UAV online.
Lightly down.
We've got Charlie. Enemy UAV online.
Are we really gonna go by the stairs?
Stop! Reload!
We pulled ahead. Enemies taking
And that's all for nothing.
Reloading!
Good impact,
Friendly
still
eye.
hot, going again.
Be advised. Enemy personal record. We've lost the lead, soldier.
Recon out.
Now we're just gonna go for the E.
Enemy has Echo. Enemy UAV online. Enemy UAV online. Securing Echo.
There was one guy here.
We're losing control. We're taking Echo. Enemies taking Delta. We've lost the lead. We're holding Echo. We lost
I'm gonna
Delta.
take that chopper. Oh, wait, hang on.
Friendly UAV.
Take me to that highest building over there.
Immediate scene.
Oh, crap.
Enemy cruisers.
I have to reload!
Too close to friendly. Calling in fire, Mission 3-1.
We're taking Alpha. UAV on station.
Good.
Be advised, enemy personal radar active. You're needed at sea. Friendly UAV on station. Enemy UAV online. Allied cruise missile on the way. Right, enemy personal radar active.
Good impact. Still hot. Going again.
What the heck is going on?
Friendly IAV dropping in.
It's gonna go. We're gonna get a
Enemy
chopper.
UAV on.
Oh man, it's not a good idea. What the heck?
Allied
How was it?
online. Taking Bravo.
Detonation is good. Real good.
We're gonna take the heli over there. Oh man, he got it.
You're needed at sea. Be advised, enemy personal radar
He took my heli.
Bravo secure.
Guess what? There's
Reloading.
Stand by.
Enemy UAV online. Friendly UAV on station.
Lightning down.
right. We're on the team, and nope, we can't do that. Apparently, we can do that.
Enemy
Nope.
cruise missile
Nope.
incoming. Halfway there. Step it up. Taking it. IAV dropping in.
Where's the E? Oh, it's far. Ooh.
One Echo. Stand by. Capturing Alpha. Allied
Fear of
captain
heights.
online. We're holding Echo. Allied cruise missile on the way.
It's not doing well.
Friendly care package inbound.
Oh, where is it?
Friendly UAV on station.
I'm supposed to be here.
I see movement.
Friendly IAV dropping in.
Where's my
Allied
helicopter?
counter UAV online. Losing Bravo.
Where is my helicopter?
We're on
Here we go.
Charlie. Stand by. Taking Delta. Bravo. Friendly UAV on station.
Yep. How do I? Oh, okay, control.
Friendly UAV on station. Lost Charlie.
Holy moly, why did I open the door? Oh, okay, shotgun.
Good impact. Still hot. Going again. They move up. They're almost down.
Where can I get it?
Enemy care package inbound. Capture Delta.
I'm gonna have to go there again.
Friendly UAV on station.
Where is my heli? Where is my heli? Where is... Give me my heli. Me wanna go back there. Me wanna go back there. Where is my heli?
Enemy VTOL jet in the AO. Enemy UAV online.
Come on. Where's my heli at?
Charlie secure. Be advised. Friendly UAV on station. Protecting them.
Enemies in the area!
Allied cluster strike inbound. Enemy ahead. Go. Allied police all the way. We're taking Bravo. We're taking Delta.
Sugar 1-2. Hammer visual on that position. Target is acquired. Stand by for danger zone.
We're holding Bravo.
Damn it, that was my chance. Probably I'm gonna have to go back there again.
We're capturing Alpha. Need backup at Echo. Got Alpha. Be advised, friendly gunship in the AO. Enemy has Echo. Radar active. Enemy cluster strike incoming. Find cover. Enemy has Charlie.
Oh. No.
Enemies taking Alpha. We're on Echo. Stand by. Friendly IAV dropping in. Capture Echo. Securing city. Securing Delta. Enemies taking Echo. Enemies taking Bravo.
There.
Enemy position airstrike set.
What the heck? Where's...
Get it together. This ain't over yet. We lost Echo.
There. I've got movement.
Got them.
Geronimo!
UAV online. Got work today. Save it for the next one.
Alright guys, thanks once again for staying with me tonight. I mean today. And I'm gonna have to take my dinner. And see you all again next time. And thanks for staying. Again, Jam, Slyax, good luck tomorrow's on your appointment. And I hope everything is fine. So yeah, that's it for tonight. And Peace. Yeah, see you again. I really do appreciate for staying with me. Yeah, good night. And signing off.